We are now underway with string 11 of 20 from Ray's Easter Classic here at Leda Lanes. On lane 20 right now is Laura Doerfler. Beginning with a sweet 10 box to start off. Pleasure to have you joining in. I know you're all filing in. Hopefully you've been having a wonderful Sunday, a wonderful Easter Sunday. My name is Greg Gouillart on behalf of Bowling Nerd Network and Spread Eagle Productions on YouTube. It is a pleasure to be here for this live stream of this marathon event. We started the day with 10 strings and so far more dominance from our returning champion, defending champion, Chris Merrill. But a few bowlers have started closing the gap. We have Joey Lister and Dave Barber who are hot on his heels. And time will tell how that will turn out. Plenty more bowling to go. Doerfler gets a 9 box and has 19 for 2. As always, we appreciate all your feedback and all your likes and shares throughout the day. And hey, if you could do me a favor, thanks to everyone who liked the last video. If you wouldn't mind giving a like on this video as well so that everyone sees that the new video is up and everyone has the chance to enjoy this great day with us as well, that'd be greatly appreciated. Either way, we thank you so much for your support just by watching. 5 down and 5 to go for Doerfler. That diamond in the middle is going to be devious, and she pins it very well for a 9 box. As always, it's a crowd of 70 bowlers here, so 23 or so lanes. 23 and a third lanes. I think we saw the one singleton come by, in fact. Here at Leda Lanes in Nashua, New Hampshire. This first ball demolishes the headpin, and Doerfler's looking at a 4-7. Pesky piece of wood on the left side, but it goes, and Doerfler spares. "20 strings, total pinfall wins." It's as simple as that. We started today at about 11:15 after a couple tech issues here and there. Spare fill for Doerfler, and pin. Swept out the 6 pin as well, and that's a 7 fill. Good start to the string. Side saddle triangle. Oh, the wood deflected the ball away. Nine box makes it a 54 half. Now up on lane 20 is Brian Mayer. Got on the 3 pin. And the right side is out. Through 9 strings, I can tell you Brian Mayer is tied 18th place. having a 131 in that 9th string. Gets his 10, and he's off to a good start. Mayer's on the head pin. The 7 pin goes away. The 8 pin is wood in front of it. Now swerving away from it. This looks roadblockish. Mayer gets it anyway. The number of times we've seen a piece of wood against the edge of the plate cause problems. Good on Mayer for finding a way around. Spare fill, 4. One, 3, 4, 6, 7, 9. He's in the right area and just rung around the 4 pin. Unlucky. There's the 9. Thanks, AJ, for your comments. Tempting to let Brian know, but I don't do it unless you want to. You want me to. Mayer 33 for 3. He's in the pocket this time and has the kingpin remaining. Wood deflected the ball away. $10. 43 for 4. Will do, AJ, thanks. And hello to Ron and Shaun as well in the comments. Thanks for checking in. Glad you could join us for some part of your Sunday. As we go down the stretch here at the Easter Classic. That's a 9 drop for Mayer, and he's got the 4 pin now. Wood is treacherous, but it won't betray him this time. 53 and a ball in the first half. Jay Paul is working on a 62, and Joey Lister is on a 53 right now. Kevin Davis is on lane 21 in the turquoise polo. And now Dean Sullivan on lane 20. Steven, thanks so much for checking in. Much appreciated. Dean is the 13678. 139, of course. 3-9 is taken care of. And that is a $7 is the score. There's the kingpin hiding back there. On the headpin full. Thanks so much to everyone for making our coverage of Ray's Easter Classic a part of your Easter Sunday. Greatly appreciate all 42 of you are here right now, and even if you're not watching right now, those of you who are watching now, or perhaps watching after the fact, if you're watching our video on demand later on. There's a 9-pin hiding back there, so Dean Sullivan has 5 pins remaining. And a good out, turning 5 into 9. Anyone who watched the first half knows I've been saying this on repeat almost, but it's those pins on the third ball that really, really, really go a long way. Of course, they always do to varying extents in all the formats, but here, a single pin difference per string magnifies to about 20 pins, of course, which is about the 3 average spares. Dean Sullivan is triangle number 2. Scooted by. Sullivan has appeared on a couple of other TV shows, including New England Candlepins once, but King of the Palace a multiple number of times. Famous for his mantra of roll the ball and let the pins fall. That's a $9, 25 for 3. Always the same answer every time. Just roll the ball, let the pins fall. In fairness, I can't think of a better strategy. On the headpin. 2-4-7, and then there's a piece of wood in front of the 6. So it's 2-4-7 and then 6-10. If you can jump that 2-pin across, this is gettable. We have seen a shot like that go already today. Jumped the 2-pin across. That looked like a great third ball. Probably deserved more than the $8 he got. Sullivan scoots by. He's got the 4 horsemen left side. He mows down almost all of them, 3 out of 4. .42.5, and that brings us to the top of the order. Laura Doerfler, who never got below 9 in any of her first 5 boxes, and including 1 spare, and there's the very solid 54 you see on your screen. Laura washes out. She's got the 1, 3, and 10. Piece of wood just adjacent to the 3. There is a path to the pocket. Place the wood. Oh, she got it. Swept it out from behind. Perfect. I knew I didn't like that wood, she said aloud. She addressed it perfectly. Gets some side action and gets the 4 on the spare. One, 2, 3, 6, 9, and 10. Got on the 3-pin, and now it's 1, 2, 10. 4 on the first ball, 3 on the second one. Scoots it over. Hey, 9 that way. We'll take him however we can get him. That's 77 for 7. Well pinned again. Doerfler takes out 5 on the first ball. This is an interesting one. Get the 1-3, then triangle number 4. Took out the triangle. That was a great shot by J. Paul on 21 to take out 3 isolated pins all by themselves. There's a head pin, a couple of wobbling pins. Doerfler might get more help yet. Instead, it's 3, 7, 8, and 10. Ron, thanks so much for your comment. It was a pleasure watching Adam Bowl. He was on the previous stream if you want to have a look at that. And we're happy to have you here for this one as well. I actually met him at Kegler's Pub right here at Leda Lanes. $9 for Laura. Nice guy. Enjoyed talking to him and enjoyed... He's got family with him as well. So, both here and virtual. So thank you very much. Half Worcester left side for Doerfler. Just breezing by the head pin. Big third ball coming up. 94, now 96. And gets a good mix in. That brings up the 100. Now Brian Mayer stands up on 53 and a ball through 5. Again, if you enjoy our content, we're on Facebook at Bowling Nerd Network. If to like our page here, you can like our page here to subscribe to all our other live content. And then we also do many videos on YouTube at Spread Eagle Productions. Subscribe there for more notifications that way. Mayer gets a 6 on his fill, leaving the check mark right side. Got it. Played in the 3-5 and collects the check mark. Mayersville demolishes. Strike on spare. $19 over already, so very probable 120 string and counting for Brian Mayer. Still 3 boxes to go. Got on the 3-pin, still filling. 4 down. On the 2-pin, thought he deserved a better break than that. He got the 2-5 and gets a 6 fill on the strike. One, 4, 7, 8. He takes aim at the triangle and pins it perfectly. 9 box. That brings up 103. Check that 104 is showing, so we'll go with that, as those scores are official. That's head pin full, and Mayer's got another pinning problem to deal with. He's dealt with the other ones very well so far. Scoots by down the middle. Big third ball coming up. The 8 and 9 are back there as well. He collects the left side, got some action over to the right side, and does well to turn the 2 into 6. Still working on a 120 string. 110 for 9. Almost collects the headpin. 4 horsemen left. Lister just made a sweet spare. 2 pins and then another sidewall. Pin took out the 7. Mayer gets 3 out of 4. $119 for Brian Mayer. Dean Sullivan next up. He is in 8th place. That was going into the 9th string. He was 8th place, averaging a 121. Dean, I believe, is going to wait for Lister to complete his 10th box before starting his 6th. Lister's having to contend with just taking out the 1 and the 8 pin on the first ball, but a good bounce back ball on the second. J. Paul got a 107 and Joey Lister a 108. Here's Dean. Sullivan gets the head pin. 3, 4, 6, 10. Six pin is out. $49 for 6. Again, thank you to all 54 of you who are taking some time out of your Sunday to spend a little bit with us, however much you can, for all 20 strings of our bowling coverage. Greatly appreciate it. Sullivan takes out 3 to begin. The 7th box. He's on the head pin this time. Carried almost everything, just the 7 pin is all that resisted. That's a 10 box. $59 for 7. Sullivan takes out 6 to begin the 8th box. This time he's got 1, 7, 8, and 10. Another crazy leave. There's a piece of wood just to the right of the 8 pin that I'm not sure will be of much use. Got on the head pin. Did collect the 8 in the process, and the 10. Not quite the 7. That's another 10 box, and it is 69 for 8. No, Laura, thank you. We appreciate it. Thanks also to everyone who's liked and commented on our videos throughout the day. That's on target for Sullivan. Yes, the 9 pin does drop away. He's been waiting for this mark for a while now, and he has his chance now with a 2, 4, and 7. Oh, the wood got in the way. Pesky, pesky roadblock, not at the time he wanted it. Well pinned again, and it's 79 for 9. It's not the string Sullivan will want, but still a box to go here, and still plenty of strings later. He is doing very well. Plenty of time to rebound. And again, watch any old video of King of the Palace. He is a very, very strong bowler, and there's a reason why. That's the beauty of 20 strings. Every box is a new box. So even the little things in the littlest of places and little moments of the string, you never know. Those all add up down the stretch. I think he was waiting for his first ball to come back. Riding the hot hand and all that. First fill ball gets 4. We'll update the strike fill once both balls are rolled. 1, 3, 4, 6, 7, 9. 1 ball left to fill this strike. And that's a good second ball. To put an 8 fill on the end. Kevin Davis is finishing up his string. Craig Powers over on lane 22 is working on a over 100 string. Brian Hebert likewise has a 102. And we will take an audio timeout and wait for the changeover. String 12 in just a moment. We'll leave the video running and mute the audio just for the time being. See you soon. And we are back, lane 12, string 12 of 20 on lane 20. Here at Lido Lanes in Nashua, New Hampshire for Ray's Easter Classic. This is Nate Lees on the head pin, taking out 8 pins. 4 and the 7 remain. We've seen Nate on our coverage on Spread Eagle Productions on YouTube as he converts the spare to start out. And as I recall, he has appeared on both Classic Candlepins and on New England Candlepins, if memory serves. Again, my name is Greg Gouillart, and thank you so much for tuning into this coverage. Live streaming coverage from right here in Nashua. Lee's filling the spare. He's got 4 on it. One, 3, 5, 6, 8, 9. Just shading by the head pin, and he's got 1, 3, 5, 6, 9 now. Head pin for Nate Lees, and he's got 8. That's 22 for 2. Where can we find stats this run? Well, there's a couple of places. For the up-to-date score, that's been posted on the Candlepin Chat Facebook group, which has been linked to occasionally. As soon as I get updates there, I can pass them on to you. And in terms of previous results, it's been a lot of digging, honestly, to pull up those results. Going through archive.org to get some of the old score sheets. There's a no 8 pin in that rack. That's why Nate Lees is re-racking it. Nate Lees was in last year's Easter Classic, I can tell you from one of my searches. In 2021, he averaged a 113 in that tournament. Right now in this tournament, he is 7th through 9 strings with an average of 122. The pin setter arm is in that position normally. That's because it's waiting for 10 pins to get loaded into the tray. But as soon as 10 get into the plate above the pin setter, it'll come on down. Looks like we're going to have a delay here. It looks like the pins aren't coming down as nicely as hoped. Maybe there aren't enough pins, or maybe they're just not cycling through the machine, but one way or another, we're going to have a technical delay. Elsewhere, Laura Doerfler on the lane adjacent in lane 21 put together a 54 and a ball string. That's Brian Mayer starting off with a 10 box. Sorry, folks. Looks like this one's going to take a bit longer than usual. It all started when Nate Lees reset the rack and the 8-pin wasn't there. Now there's a timing belt issue. There's the timing belt thing. Usually this is when you can just reset and it'll work out. Actually, I'm going to level it. I'm trying to be cheeky and try to signal them, just reset it. I'm not sure my message is getting through, though. You could just reset it. Now the lane's being reset from behind. You saw ownership duck back there. That is Shaun, the owner, in fact. I had a chance to meet him earlier today. Greatly appreciate his help with getting this stream up and running. Now there's a problem here. Now Jim alertly halted the lane because it thought a first ball had been delivered, so Nate Lees will be able to deliver away at this. So that is a spare in the third. We've got it marked correctly here. And good for Nate Lees avoiding getting iced after the lengthy technical delay and all the scoreboard fussing. Ace 32 and a ball for 3. Brian Mayer to his right has weighted up for this as well, so lane 21 is not too far ahead. That's on the head pin on a spare fill and an 8 drop. Six-7 is the resulting leave, so a good fill and an unlucky leave. Wood treacherously in front, plays it perfectly, back to back. That's 3 spares and 4 boxes for Nate Lees. Here's Lees, that's on a spare fill as well, and it's 7. $57 for 4. This ridiculous, ooh, split the difference. through the 4-pin just behind. That's the 6-pin over there. It was 2-4-6. There it is. That's a 10. All gone all the same. A 67.5. And now that brings up Jimbo Ayotte. His first delivery lands on the head pin. 3-2 split. He came into the 9th string with a 119 average, 14th place currently. As soon as we get more up-to-date results, we'll have them for you shortly. The second ball is good as well on the correct pin, and it just leaves the 6 and 10. Nine is fine. Forgive me if I have mentioned this already, but Jimbo Ayotte ended up in 9th place in last year's tournament with a 120 average. 257. And the 2-5 goes. Didn't get anything to go to the 7. I think Wood deflected it away. The plank in front of the 7 is perfect, and it's 10. Box 3 for Ayotte, 4 horsemen left side. Ooh, kicked the ball return with the body English. 3 pins down, out of the horseman, just the head pin to get. There it goes, and that's another 10, back to back. I'll have a lot to say about the history of this event, including past champions, but I'll get to that in just a moment. Ayotte gets a spread eagle. Gets the 2, 4, and the 6. Thanks to a nice sidewall carry. And it becomes 9, and that's 38 for 4. Nico just came in the comments with new results. I'll have a look at that. Perhaps we all will if you'd like to go to the comments section and see for yourself. Thanks, Nico, for keeping us apprised on that. Guess who? Chris Merrill still out in front. Ayotte's on their head pin. A huge pile of wood in front of the 7 and 8. That could be too much of a good thing. We've seen wood do funny things. Now, these new pins are creating a whole new different kind of pin action. Ayotte solves the puzzle. He's got a spare to sit down on. One for the seat, as I remember Shaun Taylor saying in a past broadcast. And here's Chris Boisvert, former two-time champion of the Easter Classic. Well, he is a two-time champion. Wicked cross-lane delivery, half Worcester. Boisvert's wins in the Easter Classic came in 2014 and 2018. Against a half Worcester, did he convert it? Two pieces of wood helicopter colliding almost, and it might have cost him the mark and after all is said and done, since the action of the wood canceled each other out. Expertly pinned, 10 box. Other multi-time champions we've had, Chris Boisvert twice, Jeff Atkins twice, that was in 95 and 97. Sean Baker twice, we've seen him already. Gary Carrington and Craig Holbrook both 3 times. Chris Sargent 4 times. And then Jeff Surratt 5 times, all within the span of 6 years. Boisvert on the head pin left the king. The 5 pin. Another perfect single, this time for a spare. Gary Carrington was the first ever winner. Speaking of that 3-time champion, he won it in 1989. As well as 96 and 2006. I am indebted to Dave Barber for compiling these statistics. So any of the references to champions by year and most tournament wins, greatly appreciate his help with that. Another issue with the timing belt. Lord Doerfler just got a strike on spare, and that's got the crowd going. J. Paul next door with a spare. I'm telling you, if you ever get the chance to come up here to Leda Lanes in Nashua, New Hampshire for any given Easter Classic, it is quite an atmosphere between all the bowlers, all the family that's come out to see him, or just people who love bowling and want to see it. And of course, we're glad to welcome you, the audience, to our stream as well, to have you be a part of this great day of bowling. That's on the 3-pin, gets the 5-pin in passing. Unlucky 2-fill for Boisvert. 3 and 5 down. That's on the head pin and curled. Everything goes around the 6-pin. 9 down, 1 to get. A great second ball. Just to the left. Still a 9 box. 31 for 3. I should mention who else is in the running. We still have Joey Lister. He's 48 pins back of Chris Merrill. Barber's 54 back. Dave Godwin is up there, 70 pins back with an average of 123. And then a 3-way tie for 5th place between John Winchell, Steve Reno Jr., and guess who? Nate Lees right here. Boisvert begins with 7 in the 4th box. Peeled back the outer layer. Triangle 5 drops. Boisvert spares in 4. This spare fill finds a headpin. Ooh. Unlucky to get it full. He's got a 5 fill. That got an audible groan from everyone around it. It looked like such a good ball going down. Third ball coming up. He's got a group of 3 he can aim at. There's an 8, a 54 half. And that brings Nate Lees back up, working on a 67 half. Remember, tied 5th in the overall, so another big string, and he can start his march upwards. Box 6 into the 2-4. 7 down, 3 to get. You see them there, 1, 3, and 7. 1, 3, and 8, excuse me. Piece of wood out to the right. Maybe it'll help form a deflection. Scooted by the headpin on the left side. That's 9. 76 for 6. Arthur St. Cyr wondering how many bowlers, how many lanes. We have 70 bowlers. That makes, with 3 bowlers a lane plus a singleton. It was Dominic Palladino, as I recall, bowling all by his lonesome. It is 23 1/3 lanes. The maximum this tournament can support is 34 lanes, so anyone who thinks rolling 20 strings in a day sounds fun, and it sure looks it, come on down. Lees washes out 8. He's got the 1 and 3 left. Got it! $16 over already. Another good fill here will bring him into 120s territory. And still 3 boxes after that to work on. Now you see why he's been doing so well up to this point. Here's the fill. On the head pin, he's got 6 on it. That's as I recall, about the average fill for a spare fill. About 6, 6.5 or so. 2 and 2 split. Piece of wood angled, maybe. Got it the other way. The scorpion tail whipping back off the 2-pin. And it's 4, 6, 10. At 8.
Nate Lees from Virginia, the same team.
That brings up 100 for Nate Lees. Taking a look at Joey Lister, runner-up. He's on lane 22 in the Patrice Bergeron t-shirt, looking to be on 61 for 6, and this is his. That's the leave in the first ball. Lees gets a strike in the 9th. Well, now 120s is a near guarantee at this point. Look at this. 2 balls atop 110 in the 9th box. On the strike, Phil. He got the head pin. Ay. 5, 6, 7, 10. Unlucky. Still filling, though. 6 pins down, 4 to get. That's a good second ball, bringing the strike Phil up to 8. What a great out that is. 128 for Nate Leaves. Above his average for the tournament, which was already high to begin with. Now Jimbo Ayotte stands up to fill his spare. Sweet shot on 22 by Lister. That was the 1, 7, and 8 with Wood. Four horsemen, I think that's the second time at least that Ayotte's had a look at this. That's on the spare, 54 half. He pointed at the pin that went. Bowlers have a knack for knowing exactly where the ball's going after it leaves. Headpin hit for Ayotte, and it's 7 down. 2, 4, and 6. Gonna need a thin slice or a ridiculous bank to make this work. He's in the right area. Got the 2 he could. That's 10. Perfectly pinned. Hey, reminder everyone, the simplest way you can support us is just by watching, so thank you very much for already doing that. Next simplest thing is if you wouldn't mind giving our second video a like, that'd be greatly appreciated so that Facebook knows people love watching bowling, love watching Candlepin bowling specifically. Either way, thank you very much for your support just by watching. Ayotte takes out triangle 6. Skipped it off the foul line, got the head pin. Pins were coming forwards, almost looked like it wanted to take out the 3. But again, a powerful second ball. That's a good third ball, and it's 82 for 8. Back-to-back 10s. The bouncing ball, that's 2, 4, 10 this time. And that pesky right-hand side just doesn't seem to want to cooperate. Third ball coming up. That's a good one. Almost looked like it was going to take out the 10. 9 box. Maybe it's a quiet string for Ayotte, but he's been hanging on to just about every pin. Makes a big difference down the road. That's a thunderous hit on the head pin. 2, 7, 8, and 10. There's wood in front. It seems to be covering that 2, 7, 8 area. 10's the tricky part, but there is wood in back. Strange deflection, and it only gets the 2. Oh, nope, 10 falls as well. The wood is awkward. I'm not sure Ayotte will get 10. It's tricky. He gets the sure thing. A good, prudent decision brings up his 100 for the straight. And now the two-time champ steps back up, Chris Boisvert. $54 open. There's a piece of wood hiding in the right channel. That's why Boisvert is rolling an extra ball, just to get that channels completely cleared, as is required. I'll have to subdue my commentary a bit because I might be a little more audible to the bowlers, so I'll have to be careful. 4-8. Second ball, right down the middle. It's 5 down and 5 to get. 2, 3, 6, 7, 10. And collects the 3 on the right side. That's an 8. That's on the head pin. He's got 3, 5, 6, and 7. So triangle number 3. There is wood angle just behind the 5. To the left of the 3. Oh, just shaded by. Close. Close, close, close. Picks it up on the third ball. And Boisvert's hanging on to every pin. Box 8. This one's on the 3 pin. He's got the 4 horsemen left side. A frequent occurrence here on lane 20. On the 4 pin. Forgive my amnesia if I've already said this, but Boisvert came into the string in 11th place with an average of 119. 2 more gives him a 9 box, 81 for 9. 81 for 8, I beg your pardon. That makes more sense. He's been having a better string than that. Silly me. Just across the head pin. He's got the Caleri right side. 1, 3, 6, 8, 10. Headpin outside. Oh, boy. That didn't miss by much. Both down the 4 horsemen. Thank you, Stephen. Really appreciate the comment. Perfectly pinned. 90. 91. I'll get right out of your way after this. Box number 10. Guess what? 4 horsemen left side. He mowed the horseman down on the right side, basically. On the previous box. On the outside. Now this piece of wood's going to come up to the edge of the plate. Again, don't take it for granted. Those of you who've been watching us today know how perilous this wood against the plate has been on lane 20. Eight box brings up a 99 string. We got to change right over. We'll be right back after this. We'll get string 13 and start it right away. This is Austin Barnes on lane number 20. He starts off leaving triangle number 4, the 4-7-8. Scoots by with the second ball. Begins with an 8. Box number 2 gets an interesting sidewall carom, so he ends up with the 1-3-7-8. Not sure how you slice these pins. Barnes came into string number 12 with a 113 average. Barnes' second ball slips out of his hand. $15 for 2. Probably sounds familiar to certain fans of a particular card game. Austin Barnes' shirt is from Academy Lanes in Haverhill. That's on target. Is he going to get the mix towards the 2-pin? Not quite. So a piece of wood settles behind, and he's got a chance at a single pin. Got it. Barnes spares in the third. The fill ball on the head pin. Ooh, unlucky to get it full. That brings him up to par, though. Par being 10 a box. Six down, 4 to go for the third ball. And a good third ball turns 6 into 9, 39 for 4. I forgot to mention a couple of things. Nate Lee's shirt on the right side from Price's Wood Flooring. That was the winning team here at the U.S. Championships. It would have been Worlds, but said it was the U.S. Championship. Barnes has another good look at a spare. He's got the 4-7. I also should mention a number of bowlers have adopted the tactic of changing shirts at perhaps the lunch break, say. Probably a good idea. 20 strings takes a lot out of you. Yeah, that piece of wood just cartwheeled around the 7. Nonetheless, a 48 half. He can build off that in the next one. Now over to Joe Bouley. Seven pin down on the first one. He's got 6 down. How about that 4-pin? Yes, indeed. And a chance for 10 here against the 1, 2, and 10. Good out. Starting off with a 9. That one's on the head pin, causing a big mess. Will the 7 go? Yes, it will. The 10 pin, not so sure. It is wobbling. Wood is coming up, and boy, this is going to be a menace. He's got double wood in the channel, but a guy to the left just slid by. There's the 10 box. About the one way you could play that. Just stay left, away from that double wood. Well, the sun is setting, but we've still got plenty more bowling this evening to go. Thank you so much for being a part of today for however long you can in this marathon before the marathon. Unlucky to cherry pick the 2-pit on the first one. Third ball now. Got in the pocket, and what an out that is. Turning 2 into 10. That's the power of the third ball. 29 for 3 is not shabby whatsoever. Chance now to build atop it. First ball washes out 7. He's got the 1-2-5 to look at. The frontmost possible side saddle triangle. Hold it left. Third ball collects one more, and it's an 8-box, 37 for 4. Ayotte's creating a pretty decent string. He's got 43 for 3 so far. You're looking at his leave on the second ball. Bouley's on the headpin this time. He's got the 6 and 10 and a piece of wood. I think nicely angled. Well, there's one piece definitely nicely angled. There's another one, though, angled the wrong way, and it's not budging, so it's another case of heaven and heck. Which piece of wood's the good one to hit? And he got the accursed one pointing diagonally the wrong direction. That's how it's supposed to go, and it's a 47 half after a lot of work and some great outs to get to this point. Now Matt Soucy. Out of right here at Leda Lanes in Nashua, New Hampshire. He had the highest first string of the day, which I forget the exact number. I believe it was 165. Blows out 7. That's the 136. Got the headband just a smidge full. That's 9. 9 for 1. Second box. Takes out the left side. Into the 3-6 this time. 3 more. Leaving the 1, 5, and 9. $16 for Soucy. half, Worcester left side. He's left with a diamond right now. That's pretty good, getting rid of the triangle in front, and that's a 9 box. Just by the head pin, it's 1, 2, 7, and 10. Now that Lexi from Leda Lanes is out of eyeshot, I want to give her thanks for her help, along with all the Leda Lanes team, for making this event possible, like they have the 32 past editions of this tournament. 1, 2, 7, a good second ball, just left the 10. The day started with a thank you from her and the Leda Lanes team to the bowlers, who they really value and they really want to help continue to help make this game thrive. And that monologue at the beginning got a nice round of applause. What a great tradition this is, and what a pleasure it is we're able to bring it to you now. Soucy's last box of this half, that's on the head pin. Is he going to get a split break? Please. Go on, 2. That thing was about several degrees on its way towards the ground. It just wouldn't drop. He does have a piece of wood behind, but I don't think it's angled at all well the way it's worked out. Got the wood. Eight box and a 42 half. Now back to the top of the order, and this brings up Austin Barnes on a 48. Barnes gets the 3 pin. 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, 8. That's on the 2 pin, and it's 7 down and 3 to go. Got the 8 pin and an 8 box. Lane 21 just completed all its first halves. I'll have updates for that in just a moment. Barnes leaves the 2-4-5 triangle. Leads 45 half. That's a 61 half for Jimbo Ayotte. Barnes spares. And Chris Boisvert on 50 and a strike through 5. Barnes to Phil, half Worcester. Leach just got a big strike in the 6th. Remember, he's high up in the standings. Every mark is going to go a long way for him. Barnes has 8 down and 2 to get. After a great second ball, and a good third ball as well, 77. Barnes deals away. He's found the head pin. He's got almost everything, and the 7 pin is all that stands. Wood in the channel, Wood to the side, but I think he's going to go for a direct shot. Just by. Lead's nearly doubled. Yikes. Hit the wood in the channel, so that's 9, and it's an 86 for 9. Barnes got the head pin, and he's got them all. .96 and a strike. First bonus ball gets a lot. That is an 8 drop so far. They'll have to halt here because there's possible deadwood. Barnes is willing it to roll back because if it does, it would be a double. Gonna be a deadwood check. And away it goes. So an 8 fill already on the strike for Barnes, so he has his 104 minimum. 5-8 to add a couple extra pins to the string. Nicely finished, 106. And that brings up Joe Bouley, who also had a solid first half. A 47 no mark half. Three pin, that leaves the 1, 2, 4, and then the 10, all the way by its lonesome on the right side. He got the 1, 2, 4. Will the wood spin over? Yes. Bouley converts the 3 and 1. Again, a pleasant good evening to you. It is currently 8:06 p.m. here in Nashua, New Hampshire. We started this event at about schedule 11, started at 11:15. We've still got plenty more to go after this. Glad you could join us for any part of it. Spare fill is 6. And the 4 horsemen right side, it's his chance for another. Got on the outside. Oh boy, that went. What a great shot that was. It's not often you see the 4 horsemen go on the outside like that. What a delightfully uncommon way to play such a common leave, and it worked brilliantly. That was satisfying to see. Back-to-back spares and Bouley filling again. That's on the head, but oh, 5. Two and 3 are both standing. That's not a bad bit. He made that. 2-3 split. 2-4 and the 3-6-10. Incredible. We've seen how the wood slides. It makes it tough to topple, but if you get them moving, they roll nicely. Newly refurbished pins. Bouley using it to perfection. How in the world did that 6-pin not drop? 6 fill. So that is the 1-3, 6.5, 9. That thing is out in no man's land. Placed the wood and he got the 2 in the back. And it's 1 and 3 remaining. Hey, 9's fine. That's 103. You can pin out a string in the 110s. Another mark after a slow first half, but slow but steady first half. We could still see 120s. That's why you pin every ball. That's a sweet shot by Jimbo Ayotte. 2-6, I believe that was. Bouley's got his work cut out for him. That 7 isn't going to come easy for the 110. He made another ridiculous shot already. Who knows? 3-6-10 on the right. That's 2-4-7-8 on the left. Not this time. Plenty of work still to do. And gets the triangle in the back, and there's his 7, 110 for Joe Bouley. And that will bring up Matt Soucy to conclude this 13th of 20 strings here at Ray's Easter Classic. Or the Easter Classic, if you will. Soucy caught on the head pin. He's got the check mark right side. 3, 5, 6, and 10. He started us off in style with the highest first string of this tournament. Chisels away the 5 pin, and he's got the 3, 6, 10. Third ball tails away. Hey, got a sidewall bounce, and that's 9. Soucy got on the pocket. 5-pin apparently does not want to fall today. Instead of the 5 tumbling nicely into the 8, it's the 5, 8, and 10 with a piece of wood diagonally angled. Is it angled well enough to the 10? Let's see how high he plays it. Goes red line, yes! That's gone. Brilliant. Soucy spare in the 7th. Spare fill on the head pin. Wow, strike on spare. And suddenly Soucy catching fire. By the way, that's Ayotte's lead. He got a great lead, but he's ended up with the 7, 9, 10. Good luck pinning that. My gosh, I think he tried to make a bid on that. Strike fill, number 1. How about the 6 into the 10? There's wood coming across. Got stopped short, and he's got dead wood now. That definitely is going to have to be removed. Or will it? If it lands in the channel, we can just keep going. Yep. Still filling the strike is Soucy. Wood covering the 6-10. Just sailed away, so we'll put an 8 on the strike. Got the wood, and that's 10. 99 for 9. Elsewhere, Nate Lees has ended up with 118. Ayotte is on 118. You see his shot there. The 5, 7, and 8. Brian Mayer making a nice spare in the 10th. He's got a string probably in the 120s. Depending on how this fill goes. Soucy got on the head pin. Aye, aye, aye. Check mark in the 4-7. I suppose it was the angle in this situation, but it still looked like a very good ball going down. On the 6th pin, 5 down and 5 to get. And a 7-box Matt Soucy, 106. Ayotte finished with a 128 on his lane. Brian Mayer had a 100. That's a 119, I think that says. Thanks again, folks, all 57 of you, for tuning in. We're going to take another audio timeout, so I'll mute the audio, but allow you to enjoy right now Chris Boisvert on your left and Dean Sullivan on your right. And we'll be right back in just a moment with more. JJ Tourigny is on lane 20 to lead us off. Again, my name is Greg Gouillart. We are live on Bowling Nerd Network from Leda Lanes in Nashua, New Hampshire for Ray's Easter Classic. He's on the 2-4 to begin. Got on the head pin. Is he going to get the mix towards the king? Not quite. And a 9-box to begin. Again, what a treat it has been to see all these bowlers rotate around and to have you guys rotating in and out. I'm sure you've been having some of you quite busy Sundays on this Easter. Thank you so much for spending some of your time with us as we bowl all day and all night. Tourigny's got the hay bale on the right side of the 3, 5, 6, 9, and 10. Yeah. Always. Just snuck by the objective pin. 3, 6, 10 remaining. And gets a good out. 9-box brings him up to 18. Now he's got a sidewall carom. 1, 8, 10. Got on the target, and that's a spare in the third. Hey Miranda, thanks so much for your comments. Unfortunately, my commentary corner here behind lane 20 is the only one we have. I was the only one crazy enough to work on an Easter, I suppose. So with apologies, there are more lanes than bowlers. We got 23 and a singleton rotating around. That's a big fill on the spare, and that's 9 on top. For Tourigny. Nonetheless, thank you so much. I haven't seen those bowlers rotate through, but if we do, maybe I or someone else will be able to ping you for it. Tourigny whistles by just on the right side. Nine brings him up to 46. Half Worcester right side. Now he got a piece of the kingpin on the way by, and he's getting some late action, so a good second ball. And that's going to be 1, 2, 6, and 10 for the out. Six and 10 is gone, and that's an 8-box. 54 half for Tourigny, and that's going to bring up Jason LaRoche. Timothy, thank you so much for your kind words. Much appreciated. LaRoche blows out 7. That's 1, 2, and 8 remaining. 1, 2. There's a piece of wood lying between the 2 and the 8 that may make this a little more feasible. Two 8 drives straight back. Miranda, I can't update you on one thing. Travis is averaging a 107. Hope that information helps. 9 box for LaRoche in the first. That's on the head pin, and that's all gone. And LaRoche turns around before the explosion. Like a boss. 19 and a strike for 2. That's on the 3 pin. 7 on the first ball. A chance to go spare on strike against this 1, 2, 4. Got on the 2-4. He turns around, didn't like it, but it is a 9 fill on the strike and 28 for 2. It is 37 for 3. Sorry, folks. LaRoche gets a sidewalk carom. Domino's tumbling, and he's got 1, 3, 7, 8, and 9. There is wood covering the 8, so maybe, just maybe, there's a way to make this work. Get it in the pocket first. He got the back 3 pins perfectly, and now it's just the 1, 3 remaining for the 10. And a 9. Miranda, you might be right. I might have actually been reading completely the wrong score sheet, in which case I beg your pardon. There's the latest one. That's on the 2. 6 drop. He is averaging 118. No, he... I would like to apologize to the Wallaces. Travis is averaging a 118 right now, absolutely in the running right now. Oh, got the front 3. LaRoche nearly converts. Hey, let's talk about money for a second. First prize is $2,600, as I recall. Or is it $2,600? I believe it is. Second place, $1,600, and third place, $1,000, and down from there. 56.5 for LaRoche. Be right back, gonna check something, and then Van Dyke will step up to roll the first. I knew that didn't sound right. $3,600 is the first place prize. A just reward after 20 big strings of bowling. 20 exceptional strings it'll take to take home all that cash. Then 1,600, then 1,000, and the top 10 places, I believe, will be paid. In addition to some small bonuses for high singles out of the money, getting $50 each if you get those high scores. Van Dyke slipped a little bit, but look at this. Pins are slipping away, and he's got the 3-pin left. Just to the left. $10. $10 for 1 for Van Dyke. Matt says, even when I was in better shape, there's no way I could get to 20 strings. I'll tell you, I'm sort of another way. Nice strike by Soucy. I could roll the 600 balls it takes to roll 20 strings. That is, if you never got a mark, it takes 600 balls. Whether they'd hit many pins, no guarantees. But hey, if rolling 20 strings sounds like fun, again, annual event here at Leda Lanes in Nashua, New Hampshire. Check in around Easter time. There's plenty of space in this tournament, so it's a fun day out of bowling. Of course, a lot of top competition you get to be around as well. It's a great atmosphere overall. Van Dyke needs an out here. 5 down, 5 to get. 1, 3, 5, 8, and 9. That's well placed. 8. Soucy just made another big conversion, spare on strike. That was against 1, 8, 9, 10. Van Dyke, how in the world does the 6 not drop? 9 down. Ball 3 gets a 9. 27 for 3 for Van Dyke. Van Dyke in box 4. Caleri, 1, 2, 4, 7. Now, the 9 has wood in front of it, so really it's more like the 4 horsemen. Got a bit of an upgrade.
Oh, you poor baby.
Oh, just shaded by the head pin. Narrowly missing. $36. consider. It's the 14th string now. These bowlers have already thrown probably upwards of, say, 300, 350 balls, and there's still plenty more to go. Every pin they can get, every 10 they can convert. This is where it really starts to count. Drops 8. 4-7 now. There's that. We have seen that 4-7 with wood in front so many times. We'll see. Oh, he got it. He went around the wood. Well, that's how you avoid a pesky piece of wood. Van Dyke has a 46 plus half. That brings back JJ Tourigny. Tourigny lands on the 6-pin. He's got a sidewall carom. Is he going to get the head pin as well for the same price? He's got the 1-4 wood in front of the 4 near the plate edge. Soucy's having one heck of a string. I believe that is 65 in a ball. Tourigny converts his 10 and he's 64 for 6. If you're curious how much farther the lanes extend, that's 36 lanes in all. We're looking at lanes 19 through 36 here at Leda Lanes. One, 3, 8. A skipper off the foul line. It's a 1-8 drop, leaving just the 3-pin behind. Another well-pinned string, and it's 74. Four 7 on ball 1. Again, we're looking at that insidious 7-9-10 configuration on lane 21. This time it's Austin Barnes aiming away at it. He's going to try and snap wood. Ooh, that would look fun. Here's Tourigny back on lane 20. He's got 4 more to go with it. 5 more to go with it, excuse me. Leaving just triangle number 3 to get for the 10. Got it again. Use the sidewall carom. And that's 3 consecutive 10s for JJ Tourigny. Triangle number 4 down to start. Now the second bounce back ball, got to make your own luck somehow. We've seen a number of bowlers come back after dropping just 2 or 3. I think it was against this exact configuration that we've had a spare. He's placed it correctly, and that's exactly what he did. $94 plus for 9. That's just what the doctor ordered, and now Tourigny can get at least into the 1-teens. With a good fill here. Spare fill. Looked threatening down the 3-9 pocket, but turns out to be 5. So it's 99 for 9. This leave is interesting. 2, 4. I'm sorry, 1, 2, 4, 8, and 10. Got on the head pin. 3 down, 2 to get. 3 more down, 2 to get. And Tourigny concludes by snapping the wood nicely off the sidewall, getting a 10. 109.
Give me one up top and one down below.
Now bringing up Jason LaRoche. Box 6. LaRoche takes out 5 on the first ball. That's 1, 3, 6, 7, 8. Takes out 3 more. Takes the sure thing, a prudence pin, bringing LaRoche up to 65. Thank you so much to all 57 of you who are on here now. What a privilege it is to be able to bring this event to you. Again, if you like what we're doing, please like the video if you get the chance. That tells Facebook people love the game of Candlepin, especially Candlepin like this. Like you seldom see it. Oh, yes! Another sweet explosion LaRoche turns around on. Strike in the 7th.
Same ball, Jay, same ball. Clean it up, kid. Hey, don't get jealous. Don't get jealous.
And don't forget to like the page Bowling Nerd Network and subscribe on YouTube to Spread Eagle Productions. Either way, we appreciate your support just by watching. Thank you very much. Strikeville on the head pin. One has to wonder what was wrong with that. Hey, that looks pretty good. 8 drops so far on the strike. 3-5. That's still counts on the strike. That's an 84. Completes the 10 by brushing the pin to the side. Couple of big-time strikes is helping LaRoche out. 94 for 8. Blows by now. Is that wood going to take anything out? That 2-pin's going to topple. Yep. And the head pin as well. And the 4-9 is what's left. There's wood that's going to brush aside. Janice split the wood. Yes, he did. Spare again. Bowlers pick their lane mates, and they pick them wisely. You can see this group. I don't know if you can hear them on my mic, but they're really feeding off of each other's energy. I think that's helping their confidence a lot. And plus, makes a 20-string grind. People love it in and of itself, but it makes it outright fun when you do it with some great mates. 6 drop on the spare, and that's 110. Now LaRoche can pin out 120. He's got a check mark to do just that against. He spares! 120 and a ball. LaRoche heating up. Ayotte, did you see that on lane 22? I know there's a lot going on, but that was the 4, then the 10, then the 7. Bing, bang, boom, gotcha. Jimbo Ayotte with that conversion. Final ball, 7-8. 128 for Jason LaRoche. Now Jeremy Van Dyke, 46 and a ball. Ayotte, by the way, is at 101 through 8 right now. Now 109 for 9. Back to lane 20 now. Here's Van Dyke on the 1-2. Mixing. 10 pin is all that stands. Against the 10 pin. Playing the wood. It goes. So let's score this properly. 9 fill on the spare. That's how that looks. And then we'll put another spare in the 6th. And Jeremy Van Dyke with a chance to fill and get himself into 1-teens territory. It's an individual competition, but how having lane mate synergy helps. 6 drop. 3, 6, 7, 10. Ooh, just on the outside. Collected the 10 pin, so it's 7 down and 3 to go. Lita loves Chris Boisvert, why wouldn't they? Van Dyke has a puzzle here. He's taken out the 3, 6, and 9. Needs another second ball to work, give himself something to work with. That's better. Now the 1, 5, and 8. Can he drive that pin straight back? This would be a nice out. Gets the 8 pin, and it's an 8. Boisvert nearly doubled. He got a 9 drop on that strike. That's on the headpin. Goodbye. 97 and a strike for 9. Can you guys hear the party from there out there, all 59 of you? It definitely feels like a party out here, that's for sure. Van Dyke standing there looking for a strike fill on this 9th box strike. On the 2-pin, nudging pins. That 6-pin gets off spot. 1, 3, 6-ish, 7, 9, and 10. Still filling a strike. Got on the 1, 3. How in the world did that 7-pin stand? 9 fill on the strike. Jeremy Van Dyke, 115. What fun and what good scores. Looking around, let's see, Joe Bouley's on 104. Jimbo Ayotte ended up on 118. Chris Boisvert is currently on 110 for 8, which could be a big string. And you're currently looking at Matt Soucy right now, who is on 101 and a ball through 8. Oh, look at this. Boisvert just demolished another strike on box number 9. I hope you don't mind that I'm keeping the audio going here, because it looks like some of these bowlers are finding a second wind. Up. Let's watch Boisvert on lane 22. He's on 120 and a strike fill through the 9th box. Got the head pin and he just doubled it up. I thought that was worth our while to watch. Strikes working in the 9th and 10th. It's infectious. Matt Soucy strikes. 126 and a strike. Here's Boisvert, 2 strikes working on the head pin. Oh, thin on the head pin, so that's 15 on the first strike fill. That's 134 through 9 if I'm reading that correctly. Soucy, Timber, 4, 7, 9, and 10. He'll have 1 ball to go to clean up some more pins. Boisvert's final ball cleans it out. And do my eyes deceive me? Let me see this. A 155 for Chris Boisvert. Take a quick audio break. Be right back for much more action from here, Leda Lanes in Nashua, New Hampshire. String 15 begins with a big bang. Justin Guilmette taking aim at the 5-pin, just splitting the difference. And a 9-box to begin. Again, my name is Greg Gouillart, live with you on Bowling Nerd Network from Leda Lanes in Nashua, New Hampshire.
Oh, nice bid.
For the first time to my recollection, live coverage of the Easter Classic. Big time bowling marathon as we enter string number 15 out of 20. Thank you to everyone who's watched throughout the course of the day, throughout the course of your Sunday, your Easter Sunday. Guilmette just narrowly missing the objective, and it's 9 down and 1 to get. And a 10. One, 6, 7, 8, 10. Got on the head pin. That's a good second ball, actually. It's going to give him the chance to get the 10 out here. Save a few precious sticks. That's a 9-box. And Guilmette only leaving a couple through the first 3 boxes. Guilmette's got the head pin this time. He's got 3, 6, 7, 10. Wood is to the left side of the 3-pin. Now moving away, that's going to complicate the shot. Plays on the 6-10, Wood kicks over, 7 does not go. Unlucky there, but still a realistic chance for 9. 8 it is. Guilmette in the head pin. Oh my. Now, he's buzzed the 3-pin on the way by. And that will be a 5, 6, and 10. Piece of wood on the right side. On occasion, it'll snap across. Got the 6-10. And a 46 half for Guilmette. Frank, thanks so much for your kind words. It really means a lot, especially coming from a fellow broadcaster of Candlepin Bowling. Greatly appreciate your kind words. Looking forward to seeing you here at Leda Lanes for Candlepins for Cancer in the future. For more editions of that, I should say. This brings up Brian Allard on lane 20. I'm looking for more up-to-date results, but at last check, Brian Allard was averaging 109 coming into this. That was after 11 strings. So if anyone has a more up-to-date results, I'm all ears. Or maybe I could sneak a peek at the results they're posting nearby. That Kingpin's going to topple right, and he's going to get it all. 5, 6, 9, 10 crumbles into nothingness. And Allard with the perfect start. We'll have to wait a second for this piece of wood to get cleared away. Strike fill! Half Worcester to start, still filling. 1 ball to go. Just shaded by the head pin. Dropping 2. Still plenty of boxes, still plenty of time. Looking around, Tourigny is on 46 and a ball. Is that Austin Barnes on 63? He's having a heck of a half. Brian's looking at 5.79. Collects the 9. It won't tumble into the 7, unfortunately. Good second ball, 9 down, 1 to go. Scoreboard is showing 24, so we'll correct accordingly. Brian got my message that you could just reset that. It's just a little timing belt issue. Now a full rack of 10 will descend and we can continue. Sometimes the tray just drops down too soon. Half Worcester. The 3-9. Punch out. Got back on the head pin. Not a whole lot of love from the pin still. They're new pins on this side of the house. They've been stubborn when they're on their end because the ends are perfectly flat, so they're hard to knock off their spot. Allard grabs an 8th stick and brings himself up to 32. He was on the object pin, just gotta keep staying on the object. We've seen half Worcesters go today. Well, maybe it was either 1 or 2, I'm trying to recall. Big third ball. .36.5, and that brings up Dan Allard. Dan came into string 11 with a 111 average. Allard on the 1-3 to begin. He's got the 2, no he doesn't. He's got the 7-8, and I thought for a second that piece of wood is going to stack up. I've seen those photos on Facebook online of bowlers saying, wow, I got the wood to stack up. How does that happen? We almost all saw it here together. Allard spares to begin in the first box. Though the other thing about the new pins that we have here on this side of the house, those gleaming white new pins, is that they roll easier, so to suggest that it would just get stuck up there seems unlikely. On the head pin, and that's all filling on this. Check that, I seem to be mistaken. That was an open box, I beg your pardon. 7 drop here, nearly a big spare conversion. And a 10. Back-to-back 10s. 2 X's on the score sheet. I am remiss in mentioning from Frank DeLuca the next roll-off for the next taping date for Candlepins for Cancer here at Lido Lanes in Nashua, New Hampshire, May 1st at 11 a.m. They film 4 matches of the stepladder tournament in one day, and it is quite impressive, the setup that goes into this. If you haven't seen their technical setup, it's quite amazing. You fire on the lights just like Channel 50 days, and all the bowlers come out to celebrate the ones rolling in the tournament. It's fantastic. Allard trying to make something out of this 1-7-9-10. Spinning piece of wood, but the head pin is all he gets. That's 8. When you start to wonder that only a few select people, out of the few select tournaments, there have been 32 of these, and only a few people seem to win them. Or at least you have people who can win this tournament multiple times. Now you can see how it takes a really exceptional sort of person to keep persisting, to keep pinning, to keep marking every single string, every step of the way. Sure, the ball is less than 2.5 pounds, but it doesn't get any easier to hold as the day goes on. And suddenly, you realize why this might be the toughest bowling game in town. Not that everyone's rolling 20 stringers every day, but you get my drift. The third ball doesn't grab anything, but still a good 9 by Dan Allard to bring him up to 37. Whoops, the score sheet has given him a spare by accident, so they will have to ask for someone to reconfigure it. This will take a few moments. One bowler is going to have to go up front and just explain the situation, and once the scoring is corrected, we'll resume play. Good 3-1 conversion by Boisvert. He's over on lane 23. Now the score is corrected, so Dan is... Allard begins his 5th box. Should be 47 for 4. 1, 2, 4, and 10. Piece of wood bridging the 1 and 10. Does it join cap to cap? It's close. I don't think it quite does. Now, that's fair contact because he hit the wood on the deck, so that all counts. And it's 8 down and 2 to go. And a 10 box. Sorry, folks, again for the mess with the scoring. I got confused with the scoreboard, I suppose. 52.5 for Dan Allard, and now that brings up Justin Guilmette on a 46.5. That's on the head pin, and he's got the 2, 4, and 10. A good hit, probably deserved better than that. Now, wood is nestling. Oh, I thought it was going to nestle in front of the 10. Unlucky. Guilmette will give it a try anyway. Banks off the sidewall. Does he get it? Ooh, 4-pin just tumbles right in front of it. And a 9. Hopefully everyone out there has been having either a happy Easter, a happy Passover, or just a happy Sunday right at this moment. Thank you so much for spending some of that time with us today. We're not done yet. We're still going to be bowling into the evening here, so a long way to go, and it is a tooth and nail fight for every pin that's going to determine who wins $3,600. Guilmette spares after a 9 drop, and he's at 65 and a ball. A fill! They keep dropping. That's a 7 fill. That put... Guilmette spins the wood. 2 and 1 converts. 82 and a ball. And that is back-to-back spares for Justin Guilmette. And the fill is 7. The leave is 4, 5, and 7. grabs an 8th pin. Oops. Guilmette 97 for 9 after back-to-back spares. Chance for another. Landed just on the 2 pin. Wood spins around, drops the 3, and when Guilmette turns around, he's going to see he actually has the 1, 6, 8, and 10 with a piece of wood angled towards the 8. Interesting. Can he get it to work? Nope, the wood went straight back. From one Justin to another, that absolutely was a sweet shot, getting the wood to go across and make that 2 and 1. Good out. $9 at the end. Brings Justin Guilmette to 106. Allard will be next up in lane 20, but he is waiting for the first bowler on lane 21, that's JJ Tourigny, to complete his boxes perhaps, or at least wait for him to complete his turn. Allard, good sidewall action. That's the 8 and the 9. Now, where's this piece of wood going to stop? It's rolling right in front of the 9. Goes high, and it spins into the 8 pin. Tough angle to overcome. And well pinned. That's an 8 drop for Allard. Good mix. 4-7. The score has jumped back up to 47, so we'll give him credit for that. Goes on the wood. Oh, the cap deflected the ball away. It had moved slightly away and caused the shot to be a bit more perilous. There was no guarantee the red line was going to work any better. That's a 9 box. Barnes is cooking up a big string. He's going to have 120 plus when all is said and done. He's working on his 10th box. He'll have one more ball. He wants to throw one ball at that spread eagle, and what a good out that was. He's going to end up with a 125. That was over on lane 22. Allard picks a stick. He gets a 9 box. Goes up to 65. Four whittled away. That's the 4 horsemen and the 6 and the 9 with wood in between. Now, getting the 4 horsemen, slotting a ball in between the 1 and the 2. could have some results. Gets the piece of wood, and that stings the 9 down. That's the 4 horsemen on the 6 pin. Brushes 2 aside. $72, and now the final box to come. Allard on the head pin. Can he get a break here? Nope, corners are full. He's got the 7 and 10. One piece of wood just flush against the 7 pin, completely flat. Unless he plays the cap, spin the other piece of wood into the 10. Maybe. Just went straight back. Stays on the lane bed, and that's an 82. We'll have Dan Allard next on lane number 20. He was waiting for Jason LaRoche to go. Now it's over to him. Allard gets into the 3-6 pocket. Washes out 6. 1, 2, 4, and 8. Places it on the 1 pin, goes full back to the 8, leaving the 2 and 4 remaining. That was Ayotte making a sweet spare in the 10th. That looks like a lot of smudges on the score sheet. I'm going to see if I can see that Ayotte score in just a moment. First, let's watch Dan Allard as he takes care of the 7th box. Headpin hit, he's got dropping sticks, and it's 5 and 7. I don't think this piece of wood is terribly advantageous. It looks... Unless he plays high, perhaps. He does play it high. It jumps the 5 to one side, and the 7 stays put. Perfectly pinned. 10 box. If my eyes don't deceive me, I believe that says 152 by Jimbo Ayotte's name. I'm trying to squint every which way to see the pro score, but I don't think my eyes deceive me. I'll have to check again later. Allard did just nudge out the 10 pin. The 8 pin wiggled with a piece of wood rolling in the back, but it didn't go. So 6 down and 4 to get for this spare ball. Got it full, got a sidewall carom. Wood's gonna spin out. Leaving triangle number 4. Perfect. Again. Back-to-back 10s. 82 for 8. Allard got thin on the head pin. He's dropping the pins again, and this looks pretty good. If that piece of wood would kindly drop yourself into the channel, that's a piece of wood covering the 7 and the 8. Play it. Oh, got it on the right side of the wood, and it spun out. Nine box brings Dan Allard up to 91 for 9. That was Jeremy Van Dyke with a sweet strike on spare. Allard dropped 4 on the first ball. I believe he dropped 5. Now it's 6. 3 on the right and 1 on the left side. And it is a 98. Yes, a 98. The scorer is having a slight bit of difficulty tracking. I think it was the 9 pin perhaps, but 98 final string. We'll take a quick look around. And I'm sorry, unless my eyesight is fooling me, it is 152 for Jimbo Ayotte, so congrats on a big single there. Bouley gets strike on spare, and he's heating up. That's 114 on a strike through the 9th. We'll take a brief audio timeout here. We'll be back with you for string number 16 out of 20. We're going down the stretch here in Nashua. Back in a flash. Folks, just clicking on real quick to share an update on the standings. I have the results through string 14, and we have a lead change. We now have Dave Barber ahead of Chris Merrill by 9 pins. He has 1,773, Barber does. Merrill, 1,764. There goes Lister, who is 25 back. Winchell, who is 47 back. And Dave Godwin, 55 back. From there, Surratt, Baker, Riva, Boisvert, and Reno Jr. round out the top 10. Back for string 16 momentarily. And we are back. String number 16. Darius Tavelli is up on lane number 20. Starts off with the right side triangle. String 16 of 20. We're beginning the last quarter of strings here at Ray's Easter Classic here at Leda Lanes in Nashua, New Hampshire. Darius has the 4 horsemen to get for the 10 box. And a good third ball. Upgrading the 6 to a 9, and off we go. The atmosphere is definitely subdued a bit. We've always had some degree of raucous party atmosphere, especially after the Celtics hit that buzzer beater. Boy, Kegler's Pub was going nuts when that happened. So that put everyone in a good mood after lunch. Now as the boxes go, the pins get tougher to come by. Everyone's definitely very focused on the task at hand. And like I mentioned earlier, I don't know if you saw during that, you heard during that audio timeout, but the lead at the top is shrinking to that matter of pins. Dave Barber, 9 in front of the defending champion, Chris Merrill. Darius gets an 8 and turns. It is now a 17 string through 2 boxes.
Oh, mix up! Good luck, bud.
marks to the right. Tavelli takes out the right side triangle. Four more on the second ball, and now a chance for 10. 1, 2, and 8. Not far off at all. 8 box, 25 for 3. Again, we've got 5 strings to go. I think that puts us at about a midnight end times, I would say. We are in it for the long haul, and we thank you for joining us for however long you can. Greatly appreciate everyone, you and everyone who's come through here to join us today for this wonderful Easter Sunday. Of marathon bowling, as intense as Candlepin bowling gets. Darius pinning well again. He's got 9 down and just the head pin to get. Drives the wood straight back, and that is a 9 box. 34 for 4. Six, 9, 10. Elsewhere, Justin Guilmette has just got a 55 and a ball half. He's off to a good start. Tavelli needs a big third ball. 4 down, 6 to go. Got just behind the head pin. Wipes out 3 more, and that is a 41 half. Now over to Dan Esdale. Esdale on the 3 pin. He's got the 1, 2, 4, and 9. Got the head pin straight back. Hey there, Elena. Nice to see you. Maybe I'll let Dan know you're watching after the fact. I don't want to put too much pressure on him right now, but great to see you in chat. Thank you very much. 9 box to begin. First ball. Just scooted by the head pin. He's got the 1, 3, 7, and 10. Ooh, nearly split the 1 and 3. A little more to the right, and that 1 could have gone into the 7, the 3 into the 10. What a great out that is. 3, 7, and 10, and that turns 7 into 10. 19 for 2. Solid pinning like that adds up over time. Even 1 pin's difference. Multiplied by a factor of 20. That's a few marks, essentially. And that's just 1 pin. That's a big-time 9 drop. A lot of wood kicking around in front. There's one diagonally in front of the 8, one horizontally in front of the 8. Esdale, did he nudge it over? Oh my, just. The wood skidded just around the 8 pin and doesn't go. And stay down, 10 box. Only one pin left standing through the first 3 boxes for Dan Esdale. Got on the 3 pin, that's 4 horsemen left side. None of that pesky wood to deal with this time. We've seen a lot of times throughout earlier strings as well, Elena, how a lot of pins clutter up in front of a pin, and sometimes it's just too much of a good thing. Perfect! Right in the middle of the 110. And Esdale marks in the 4th. So still only 1 pin left standing, and now a fill ball to really start to build a profit. Got the head pin, it's the side for fill. This leaves a cluster on the right side, 3, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10. Some work to do. Just on the 6 pin. It did get the 9 pin as well, so 6 so far. And another good out. That was the 3, 7, 10 again, I do believe. And that is a 52 half. Now over to Paul Markey. Brian Allard has a 66 half on lane 21. Markey unlucky to just chisel the 2 pin out. On the head pin. He's putting the ball in the right areas, just not getting the carry just yet. Stays the course and gets a good 3rd ball out of it. As far as 8 boxes go, that's a pretty darn good one, I would say. Markey goes through the 2-8, but gets a sidewall bounce and now has the 1-6, 7, 9, 10. All the pins are visible to us as we look straight on. Can he find an angle? I thought that angle was it. Maybe a little too thin on the head pin, but not much seemed wrong with the shot again. Markey pins out well, and it's a 9 box. Again, if that's Markey when he's unlucky, what's next? Got on the head pin, see you later. Striking the 3rd. I didn't expect to be that omniscient, but it just seemed like it was a matter of time. You keep the balls in the same area, in the correct area, it's bound to pay off in the long run, and boy are we in it for the long run. The pin setter can't keep up, it's waiting for 10 pins to come back up top. Although I honestly wish more pin setters were like leaders, where the arm comes down to acknowledge that you've pressed the button. I mean, having a nice red light would help as well, but absent that, having the arm just like there to stop you from throwing any more balls and just confirm you hit the button, greatly appreciated. Strikeville! That's 8 down, 1-3 remaining. Big time washout. On the outside of the head pin, spare on strike. Markey's having himself a good start to this string. And at a time when bowlers are looking for their second, third, dare I say 16th wind, Paul Markey is finding it now. Spareville headpin! 6. At least I thought that was 6. The scoreboard's saying 5 for some reason, but... Oh, he kicked the wood across! I thought he had a chance at that. He did get a 6 fill for the spare, my mistake. 8 down, 2 to go. And an 8 box, and a 61 half for Paul Markey. Darius Tavelli up now to complete the second half. Tavelli finds the head pin. Good mix. 6-10. Ooh, that narrowly misses the 6 pin. Almost clipped it on the outside. Stuck to the hand a smidge. 8 box. Arcing delivery. 1-2-7-8. Dan Allard has just posted a 67 half on lane 21. Tavelli's got 3 to go. So 66 for Brian and 67 for Dan. How about that?
Update. Chris Merrill just bowled a 140 on lane 1. Dave Barber hit 47 in the first half. So, and I'm back to bowling.
Bob Lee, the executive producer here at Spread Eagle Productions, just came by to let us know that Chris Merrill has rolled a 140 on lane 1. He's involved in a jockey race with Dave Barber. The 9 pins different at last check. And the defending champion is still going strong down the stretch. More updates as they become available. Darius needs an out. Got the timing perfectly. Delay the timing a smidge, make sure the ball makes it over to the left side of the lane, and gets good action for an 8-box and 65. Three-pin. Big time washout. He's gonna get a strike on that. Thank you very much. They just kept rolling and rolling, and the whole house fell down. We'll just put that piece of deadwood right back in the machine.
Oh, yeah, JJ!
Tavelli's missing an 8-pin, so he has to re-rack. Timing belt malfunction, so we'll have to... Resetting again is exactly what you do in this situation. We'll also have to clear away the wood, but... We'll get this sorted out in a matter of time. It just might be a short technical delay before we do. Again, thank you so much to all 42 of you tuned in right now to join us for Ray's Easter Classic live coverage right here in Nashua. That's the first part of the equation done. Now Tavelli just has to clear some gutters. Perfect. And now he's ready for his strike fill. Tavelli got the head pin again. He almost got two. 210 is what's remaining. Drove the wood straight back, so an 8 fill on the strike brings him up to 83. And what a great out that is. What a great way to end the string. 93. Now Dan Esdale up on lane number 20. Dan starts on the 2-pin. Now, this piece of wood's coming back. Tap the head pin, but it stays up. That's probably good news, because now 1, 3, 6, 7, 9 gives him a chance to spray something into the 7-pin and make something out of the sleeve. Good carry on that second ball, and 1-7 is what remains. Wood angled away, so this will be tougher to get 10 out of this as a result. Got 9 the strange way. Hey, we'll take him however we can get him. 9 box brings Esdale up to 61. Ray, thank you so much for joining us today. I think you've been here earlier in the day as well. We really appreciate you tuning in. You just sense how much these bowlers are going through right now. They love the grind. And I think what's made this day a lot of fun is seeing all the support. Like, I can't wait to tell Dan that Elena's watching, for example, and all the family and friends that are just here at Leda Lanes in Nashua, out here to support the bowlers as they run the marathon before the marathon.
Oh, there you go. How old do you think she is? Well, you gotta guess. You made her guess.
8 box for Esdale brings him up to 69. Esdale got on the head pin. Unlucky on this one. He buried it in the pocket. And now he's got the 3-7. That's a 9 as well hiding back there. And the 10. Sprayed away a couple of pins. Chance now to get a 9 or 10 out of this. 9 possibly, though we've seen some good outs out of this trio of bowlers. Esdale banks it off the sidewall and gets a 9. Ray, they'd love to see you, absolutely, as you're saying in the comments. Remember, bowlers get to pick their lane mates, and we've seen how that synergy can go a long way. Tourigny, LaRoche, and Van Dyke had a great atmosphere about it. Big time mix for Esdale now, 5-7. This wood is angling, I think, well for the 5-7. The other's going to drop away into the channel, and this gives him a chance. Not an easy one, to be sure. Got on the cap. Oh my, it went behind. And again, Esdale doesn't get the bounce from the wood, despite putting the ball in the right spot. A 9 box. Brings him up to 87 with 1 box to go. You're noticing that bowlers are having to reset after the 3rd ball. That was a setting that Leda Lanes put in because we have brand new pins and they weren't sure how it would interact with the scorer. So just out of an exercise of caution, all bowlers manually reset rather than letting Pro Score take care of the 3rd ball reset for them. It also means they can take their time waiting for a leave to go, which is how Candlepin should be, and it really helped John Winchell get a 159 on this lane earlier today. Five down, 1 to go. 1 final ball for Esdale. On the head pin. And that drove the 9 pin back as well, so a 7 box brings him up to 94.
I know it was. My grandfather as well. Can I shake this here?
Nope, scoreboard showing 95. Hey, I'm not going to argue with that. 95. And now, over to Paul Markey, who had a 61 half. Recall that he started with an unlucky 8, an unlucky 9, and then 2 sweet spares. He's picking up right where he left off, and he's got the 5-8. Perfect on the outside of the 5 pin.
I'll give you a hug if you don't mind. Thank you for your service. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. It's like my grandfather. My grandfather enlisted, he was 17, he was just barely 17. And he lied about his age.
Spareville washes out. 6, 7. What's still moving? Yep, 3 pin's gonna drop as well. Yep, 6 pin's gonna drop as well. That's 9.
Yes, sir, I do. Yes, sir, I do.
Now the bounces are going Markey's way. He's got an 8 pin to aim at.
Hit him on the shoulder.
Spare again. Back to back. Thanks, Steve, so much for the kind words. We've got plenty more live content here on Bowling Nerd Network on Facebook. If you like or follow the page, hey, no pressure. Glad you're enjoying today's. But if you want to see more, you can like our page, Bowling Nerd Network. And, of course, we also have our YouTube channel, Spread Eagle Productions, where you can subscribe there for even more great Candlepin content.
The Marines just sent him. It's like that. Be the first one.
Markey, that scoots away now.
But
But again, the dominoes are going to tumble, and it ends up being a 4-fill.
the Sullivan
This is easily in 120's territory already, and he's still got 3 boxes. Let's have to pin it out. Got on the 1-3! How did that 7 stand? I was half expecting that to go the way he was going. This double wood is treacherous, and it is going to go, however. 104 for 8.
It took me 2 years to get my grandpa.
Sharon, thanks so much for checking in. Justin Guilmette was on lane 21. He just rolled a 104 there. And the video on demand will be available for this live stream later. That's a strike for Markey in the 9th. Once the live broadcast concludes, the stream will be available on demand after the fact for you to enjoy.
They confused me.
114 and a strike. Markey's dialed in. Is he going to get the kingpin? Yes, he does. A double strike.
I agree with you. That's why I told myself.
Oh, mark this one down. Double strike. Working in the 9th and the 10th. 134.
Also, that's a big shot, right?
Put more on it. How about another one? 3 consecutive strikes for Paul Markey. He has 1 ball remaining in the 10th, so we'll put a spare smudge on that. And you all make a mental note. 154. I don't want him to hear this, but John Winchell had 159 earlier on lane 20. That's the highest we've seen on this lane.
It's you. I'd be proud.
He comes here all the time, right?
I'd be proud if I could make it to the 9.
Got away. Hey, that's going to mix well. 160. That should be. That's 6, isn't it?
It's still sexy. Look at you. It's still sexy, man.
159, a 5 drop for Paul Markey.
Sexy, man. No. He's
Tying the high single we've seen on this lane. I didn't see a sleeper back there. I apologize. I'll look around here. Brian Allard's got 110. And what we're going to do now is take an audio timeout while I check on the score sheet, see if I can get an update for you. Wow, what a string that was. What a lot of fun that was, huh? So glad you're all tuned in for this, and I'll be right back with any updates I can obtain in just a moment. Audio timeout. Wanted to click on briefly with an update here. We have Barber in front after 15 strings. He's ahead of by 11 pins against Chris Merrill. He's 24 ahead of Joey Lister, 42 in front of Dave Godwin, and John Winchell, 43 back in 5th place. 6 through 10 is Boisvert, Surrett, Baker, Ayotte, and Riva, although I just heard word that Chris Merrill rolled a 140 in the 16th string. We'll see how these results shake out as we go down the stretch. See you for 17 in just a moment. We're underway with string 17. This is John Nichols on lane number 20.
I'm going to have to carry the element. I don't want to work.
John Nichols, then Bob Lee, and then Kevin Burns. Nichols slices the 3-pin and gets it! A 2-in-1 conversion to start us off in style here in the 17th string from Nashua. Leda Lanes for the 33rd edition of this Rays Easter Classic 20-stringer tournament. Nichols gets on the head pin and the fill is high, a 9.
Thinks I'm really hard on my ears.
And a spare, back to back.
I totally appreciate it. You're right. You're absolutely right.
John, ooh, unlucky to get on the 2-pin there. Usually that carries a smidge more than that.
They're deficient. Teachers these days are the wrong. They're teaching the wrong thing.
The bounce back ball buries it into the 3-6. And he's got 1, 5, 8, and 9. I like Dave Madela's nickname for this one, the Flux Capacitor. So it's a 1 fill, then a 9 box, so 10 in all, and that's 39 for 3. Nichols thought he got a spread eagle, and that's almost about right. We've seen this leave, maybe the mirror image of it, go once before today. 3-6. Got a sidewall bounce, it didn't quite go across.
Most years, but I was blessed.
47 for 4.
That's why I thank you for your service. For knowing what it is. Yes, sir, it is.
So that's your up-to-date standings. Merrill now in first place with his 140 game. Barber in second, 23 behind. Joey Lister and John Winchell now are tied. Are tied, 42 behind Merrill, and Godwin is in fifth.
Thank you very much. That's Bob Lee, our executive producer here at Spread Eagle Productions, giving scores into my ear. You may have overheard them. But we have Chris Merrill in the lead by 23 pins over Dave Barber. 42 ahead of both John Winchell and Joey Lister by 42, and ahead of Dave Godwin by 58. Nichols concludes the 55 half, and there is the multitasker himself, statistician, producer, and bowler, Bob Lee. The 3-pin to start. 1, 2, 6, 9, 10. That's a new one. See if he can get in the 1-2 pocket and slice it over. In the right area, is it gonna carry? Well, it forms a nice plank of wood and makes this a tenable leave. Good 10 box for Bob. Checking out in the first frame. Thanks Elena and Sharon for checking back in. If I get the chance to see Justin, I'll let him know the family's rooting him on. Every bit of support is definitely bolstering these bowlers. Having family here is helpful. Lee's getting dominoes to mix. Is he going to get the 10? He's going to get a plank in front. That's gone. Yes, fair ball. Spare in the second for Bob Lee.
I can do it better. Shit, I'll bring you in. We'll do better. You're my vice president. You're right. That's why I went
10 plus the value of this next ball in the second box.
never happened.
Skipper off the foul line. He gets a mix. 4. Taking out the entire right side of the rack. Converting this remaining left side is tougher. Good second ball. Still a tricky problem for the third. 4-3.
I shouldn't either. I shouldn't either.
Got the head pin, and that's an 8.
You are free, Now it's over here in Nashville. Yeah.
Bob slices into the 2-4 pocket. He's got 4 down so far. We can see the 1-3-6, the 8 as well, but there's a 5 and a 9. Choice of shot is obvious. He'll just have to bury it in this 1-3 pocket again. Got it to the 3. Blows apart 4 more. Now the 1 and 9, a bit of a ramp next to the 9 pin. Makes it possible to get 10. Gotta get the head pin here. Oh, deflected to the other side. Surprise, surprise. 9 box brings Lee up to 41. Into the 3-6. Good mix, hey? The shaky hands. He's all right with it. 1, 2, and 4. Sharon, I could yell down to Justin right now, but I think I would get a lot of dirty looks in my direction. Much as I wish I could. And pin rings around the 2. Not that you were suggesting that, in fairness.
You can shoot me, but I'll still be standing here. What are we doing? What the hell is wrong with this country? Why did our club?
Third ball for Lee. Uses the ramp perfectly, and that's a 51.5. Now up on lane 20, Kevin Burns.
What you fought for tonight, appreciate your service. What you fought for, it's not the same as it was. My grandfathers.
Kevin starts off on the 4-8. Domino's tumbling in the back with the 9. Two down, 8 to go.
I'll go to my grandfather's grave tomorrow. I've visited for 30 years. For 30 years, I go to his grave every year tomorrow.
Got into the 2-pin. Domino's dropping. It's going to be a 7 box. Kevin Burns has bowled in many an Easter Classic, always a great supporter of the event. He's also the admin of the Facebook group Candlepin Chat. Which Brian Fuller Jr. and Bob Lee both help with. And I think one other person whose name I'm forgetting to mention.
It's just what happened. But yeah, my grandfather still fought for me. I still show my flag in his grave tomorrow.
This one gets to the head pin. God, buried it perfectly in the pocket and still has the diamond and the 10 pin to deal with. Unlucky.
You just told me I should. Yeah, because it's all going to be a sham the next few years. We're going to see.
I can't tell you one thing about Justin Guilmette. He's on a 62.5 right now. You see 3 spares up on the board in the first, second, and fourth. This one down the lane and blows out 5-6, in fact. A late drop on the 6 pin. And Kevin's now looking at the 1, 3, 7, and 10. Takes out the 7 pin, and that is a 6 box. I must be missing the 9 pin. Yep, the 9 pin was hiding back there. My mistake. This one buries in the pocket and burns. Almost carried the 10 pin. He's got the triangle and 10.
Hey, Greg, let me give you a little update. Through one half, the first half of bowling in the 17th string, Chris Merrill threw a 72. He also just threw a spare in the 6th. But 72 was his halftime score. He's expanded his lead over Dave Barber, who threw a 46 first half. Joey Lister threw a 61. Dave Godwin a 67. And John Winchell's the number 3 bowler. He's just underway.
Thank you very much.
And I will give you updates later on.
Kevin got 6 on the first ball on the 4th box, bringing him up to 24. I'm not sure if you heard all of Bob Lee's updates, so I'll say it here now. We're keeping an eye on the top 5 bowlers, at least at last check, and that's including... Now, Chris Merrill got a 72 half for the defending champion. Godwin got 67 half. Joey Lister a 61 half. Dave Barber, who was in the lead at one stage, mustered a 46 half. And John Winchell, who's eager to win this, eager to top that 159 we saw earlier, is just underway. Gets on the 1-3 pocket on the second ball and buries almost everything except the 4, a near spare. Piece of wood edging just to the tip of the plate. That's going to make this complicated because it's not really covering the 4. Can he find a way around? Ooh, almost. That'll bring up John Nichols. Thanks so much, Sharon, and of course, distance and holidays are certainly big factors, but if you ever do get the chance to join us here live at Leda Lanes in Nashua, any time you get the chance, or anyone watching gets the chance, it's quite an atmosphere. Right now, it definitely was a raucous atmosphere to start the day. Now it's turned into a much more focused situation as everyone's trying to hammer down every single pin like Nichols, wishing that 7 pin would drop. Instead, the wood's just going to nestle right against it. 9 down, 1 to go. Plays the wood, and it's a 10. Played it a few pieces away. That had me nervous, but the chain reaction went perfectly.
Update. Chris Merrill on lane 2 has just completed a 140.
140 for Chris Merrill.
Second 140 in a row. He has the lead by going in by 23 pins, and it's growing. John Winchell just completed his first half with 51 and a ball. He's on a spare. And I'll probably bowl next, so I'll give you more updates when I'm done.
Never had a 10 too.
I'm going to cop to that one. I told John to reset that one, thinking the timing belt issues had been resolved. Apparently there were still some pins that had to be dropped out of the conveyor in the first place, and that's why it didn't work out.
Yeah, he went in 44. He served 8 years.
Once 10 pins drop into this rack, then the pin setter will get out of the way and we'll be back on track. That's a sweet conversion by Darius on lane 21. A 2-8 and a 10. That was for a 10 box.
Chris Boisvert finished with a 63 half.
Nice. We're keeping an eye on 2-time champion Chris Boisvert, who just finished with a 63 half. Big time thanks to Bob Lee, who's running around and doing all this research for me. And still putting together a good string of bowling in the process.
There's no way you can read that off of that. I could take this as a remote camera. Could you read that on OBS though? Did you read that in your feed?
I told them this.
I know, but I could go show the action live on this camera if you can pick it up through the Wi-Fi. I can do that on my network, but
if you can make it work, I don't know.
Okay. So it'd have to be a separate feed. I'll put a leader cam on Merrill, maybe.
Oh, I wish we could. It would. I just have to be able to detect it somehow, but I don't know if that takes many camera.
I have many cameras.
I'd have to make that a whole other.
You're on
setup.
OBS though.
Yeah.
Okay. It's a dream. It's a future dream. When we're all integrated.
We're doing so well already, I think.
That's all right. I will get a live camera. I'll get a separate feed.
Yeah. We're back underway. This is John Nichols on the head pin, and a cluster of 5, 3, 5, 6, 8, 9. Usually you see that with a corner pin up. Unusual to see it in this configuration. Nichols just scooted to the right side. That's a great out there, turning 6 into 10. And Nichols is 75 for 7. Nichols, half Worcester. Not how he usually punches out either. That seemed like two separate thunks rather than one big crunch like it usually is. That's a good second ball. 1-7-10. The high-low. Oh, he wants to make that, and he nearly did. A lot of prestige associated with that shot. And a lot of riches you can get just for winning this tournament. First place, it has been posted, will receive $3,600. Runner-up, $1,600. Third place, $1,000, and a few other places paid down from there. Slight correction, John Nichols is 82 through 8, excuse me. 82 for 8. Takes out the right side with the first ball. And got on the head pin. 4 on the first, 3 on the second. And 2-4, didn't get the carry, but a good ball nonetheless, and it's 91 for 9 for John Nichols. Check that, now he's gotten credit for that 8 box on the previous box. Which is what I thought the correct score was, so now we're back in orbit. 1-7-8-9, now then. There's Wood branching the 8 and the 9. The 7 pin. There's a piece of wood to the right of the head pin, that angle. Does it all work? And the wood has deflected it aside. Still a chance to drive the head pin back and turn the 6 into 9. And got the 8-9 out of it. And that brings up the 100 string for John Nichols. I appreciate seeing Kevin return the deadwood just like Ralph Stewart would used to do it. Just send it right back into the machine. Processes change for a reason, but it's kind of a nice classic throwback to see someone just put the wood right back down and send it right back into the channel, right back into the pit. Lee out to the left. Only a quarter degree miss, you know, that makes a difference between the 1 pin and the 7 in the opposite lane, or however explain the trigonometry to me. Needs a big third ball here. That's a good out. A 7. Actually, I think Bob has spotted that he was undercharged the pin, because that looked pretty much like an 8 to me. So I think when all is said and done, he's going to get credit for an 8 box. Just a matter of controlling it with Command Central, and we'll get that fixed on the scoreboard and get back underway. Bob Lee now on lane 20. Skipped it off the foul line, lands in the 2-8. 1, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. Hey Bob, thanks for popping up in the comments here. We got welcome to the world of Candlepin bowling, where we play with a ball that's probably the lightest ball and the skinniest pins among everywhere. It scores more similarly to 10-pin bowling, except you get this third ball, like Bob is facing right here, to pick up the remaining pins. You're also looking at the most extreme format of Candlepin bowling, where we play 20 games, or strings as they're called here. And every pin like that one counts. In this case, 9 for Bob Lee. So he did get credit for that extra pin he was going back to the desk for, and he gets a 68 all told. Otherwise, the score similarly to big ball 10-pin bowling. You still get a strike in 1, you still get a spare in 2. Get it all 3, that still counts 10, and that could make the difference between winning all that moolah or not. Head pin, Bob Lee. 6 pin remains. Six pin with a couple of pieces of wood in front. Careful, if he plays in the middle, I don't know what will happen. Did he get it? Yes! Spare in the 8th. We've actually had a lot of Canadian viewers pop into the stream, which has been a welcome surprise. Of course, Candlepin is played in New Brunswick and Nova Scotia, which I think overlaps with 5-pin territory. But it's great to see, especially after 2020 when the border closed, we had to have the U.S. Invitational instead of Worlds, one of our premier tournaments of the Candlepin circuit. It's great to see some Canadian bowlers showing up here and some Canadian commenters in chat, so greatly appreciate all of you being here today. Lee for a spare, 247, drove it all back, yes! 7 on the spare. He's back, he says. 95 and a ball through 9. The fill is high. It's 8. Piece of wood's going to shoot forward, and that'll that may make Bob wait. We'll see if it's judged in play or not. Better safe than sorry. John will take a look to see if it's touching the deadwood line a couple of feet in front of the plate. He says fair, so we play on, and Bob will have to work around that. He has a clear shot of 6-9. Just got the 9-pin. Wish I hit it, quips Bob. You can see why he's such a good commentator here at Spread Eagle Productions. He does it while he's bowling as well. 10 bucks, and that's 113 for Bob Lee. He'll be happy with that one. Are you happy with that?
That's on the good side. That's where I'll be. That's where I'll be when I fully recover and become the bowler we all aim to be.
Awesome.
Next year.
Kevin Burns now to complete his back half. Washes out 6 to begin. Elsewhere, Paul Hardy is working on a 117 and counting. Well, he has 108 through the 9th. That's him on lane 21, by the way, where Alexi is going out to grab some deadwood. 108 in the 9th. And a chance now, if he can convert the 7-pin, to have another solid straight. This one in the 120s. We just saw him roll a 159 just a moment ago. Just like we saw John Winchell on lane 20 earlier in the day. We're keeping an eye on Winchell. He's high up on the leaderboard. And Markey does pick up his spare, so he will likely have a string in the 120s. Kevin Burns picks up 6 more to bring him up to 39. Kevin Burns bowls out of Masons, if I'm not mistaken. Paul Markey just concluded with a 127. Six down and 4 to go for Kevin Burns. Six it is to bring him up to 45. That's right, Irene. We started at 11 o'clock today. It's even with the ball weighing less than 2.5 pounds, it ain't getting any easier for the bowlers. Every pin counting down the stretch, especially for the top of the leaderboard, which is getting tighter and tighter, it seems. At one point, Chris Merrill had a massive lead, but that is shrunk now, and we have several ponies in the race. Burns has this one on the head pin. 4 more, and that's going to bring him up to 7. And a 52 total. Dropping 4 on the first ball. At least the scoreboard says 4. I cannot see a sleeper there for the life of me. There it is. Yep. 7 down and 3 to go. Just the 1, 2, 4 that we see here. Get that head pin, will ya? Jumped it around. Unlucky to not get the rest. 8 box. To bring up 60. seen a few people make the 7-pin configuration. Burns, does he? How about the 6 into the 10, will ya? So close. And it's 9 down and 1 to get. And that 9 will stay 9. 69 for the string. We'll begin the 18th string. We are just about there. Thank you so much to all our viewers throughout the day. And here's Bob.
So John Winchell finished with a 132, and we had Dave Barber struggled. He was in the 1-0s. I don't have his score, just came down, but Merrill is our leader, and it's looking like by a significant margin. Winchell is moving right up, and I'm going to get a score on listener in a minute. But we'll be back. We're going to put a camera on the leader that they can follow also on Chris Merrill.
On Chris Merrill, and will that be here or no?
Well, I'm gonna put it up on Facebook. If you can mix it in with the feed, that would be great. I
don't know if there's any way to do that.
I don't know if we can figure that one out.
Brief audio timeout. We'll be right back for the 18th string in just a moment. we're underway, and Scott D'Amico will get us underway on lane number 20. Starts into the 4-8. That's all we have to look forward to. Again, my name is Greg Gouillart, live on Bowling Nerd Network from Ray's Easter Classic here at Leda Lanes in Nashua, New Hampshire. Pleasure to be bringing you end-to-end coverage of this ever since we started at 11 a.m. What a thrill it is to have you all here, whether you're a fan of bowling, whether you're a fan of one of the bowlers, family of one of the bowlers. It's been great to bring that, especially to you, because the support goes a long way for that as well. And we thank you so much for tuning in for however long you could on this Easter Sunday. The belief now is that Chris Merrill has taken a significant lead. There are some people's 17th strings that we're still trying to work out in order to see how big the margin truly is. But it looks as though our defending champion is continuing to hold out over the rest of the field. Spare chance, 3, 5, 9, and 10, and the 9 pops up and stays put. D'Amico pins it out perfectly, and he's got a 10 box. On the head pin, triangle number 4 is what remains. 4, 7, 8. Just on the 8 pin. Just away from the outside edge of the 4 pin, and an 8 box to bring him up to 25 for 3.
Merrill just threw a 50 for his first half, so
in the 18th or 17th?
In the 18th, he was the first bowler, so
all right.
He made a nifty spare, but he got a 3 fill on a spread even.
All right. Merrill has already thrown his first half. He has a 50 so far in string number 18. Thanks to Bob Lee for that update. That's just by the head pin. Got a sidewall carom, so 7 down and 3 to go for D'Amico. 3 lonely islands. 1, 4, and 10. Good out. Nine box, 34 for 4. Three strings to go in this big-time bowling marathon. D'Amico narrowly misses the head pin, washes out 6, and leaves the 4 horsemen right side. Drove the 3 pin straight back. Ten pin goes, and it's an 8 box and a 42 half. That brings up Shaun and MacDonald. Now on lane 20. Three and a third lanes of bowlers, 70 in all, started the field. lot of people turning out here at Leda Lanes to support these bowlers. Every box and every string. Thank you for spending some of your Easter Sunday with us as well. MacDonald gets a good mix on the second ball. Headpin is still there, as is the 10-pin with a gigantic piece of wood in front of it. Question of which one he goes for. He's going headpin, gets the 10 instead. So, not much of a risk at all. And it's a 9 to begin. If you're gonna trip on the wood anyway, you might as well have a go with the difficult pin if you'll still get the consolation afterward. Second box for MacDonald lands on the 2-pin. 4 horsemen right side. Here we go. Just narrowly missing the pocket. 3 and 6 go. Box brings him up to 17 for 2. Into the 3-6. This is 4 horsemen in the 8-pin this time for MacDonald. Goes on the outside. The logs topple into each other, and the 4-7 stands. Splits the difference and gets a nice 10 box out of it. It's these pins and these third balls that are the toughest to get. Even tougher than all the strings that came before. Now you can see via this stream just how much the bowlers have to go through to get to the top. Every single bowler that's come before them to reach the summit. All the way back from Gary Carrington in 1989 to today. Most recently, Chris Merrill in 2021, our current leader as it stands. MacDonald gets his out. More sound pinning, 36 for 4. On the headpin, spread eagle. We've seen a lot of crazy leaves. Haven't seen the eagle made yet. We'll see. Though we haven't seen a lot of spread eagles, in all honesty. We've seen a lot of other frustration. Left wing goes out. We've seen some good pinning against the spread eagles. Got on the outside, and it's an 8. 44.5 for MacDonald. 1 mark, and he'll be right back up to par. That brings up Justin Lyonnais. As of the 15th string, Justin Lyonnais came into this averaging 109 in the tournament so far. Takes out triangle 4.
Attaboy! Get some!
Lyonnais back on the head pin. 3, 6, 9, and 10.
Right down the pipe, kid. Here we go!
Good out by Lyonnais, turning 6 into 9. Lyonnais, you may recall from being one of the winning members of the 3-man random draw teams. We featured that on Spread Eagle Productions here on YouTube. He was paired with Craig Holbrook and Lou Gacharna. Big drop. 6 pin for the spare chance. Perfect. Got the corner. Spare in the second for Justin. Adding to a second box is a fair deal. He got the head pin, got it thin, and it's a 5. No, it's a 4 fill. Yep, the 9 pin is back there. So a hay bale on the 7 for Lyonnais to aim at. Got on the kingpin, and he's got a puzzle for the third ball. Can he maximize his gain here? 6-9 goes away. That's a 7 box.
What do you say, kid? Clean it up. Let's go!
Lyonnais got into the 2-5 pocket. This is the 1, 3, 6, and 7. 3 strings to go. Bowlers are starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel. How will they fare here? Lyonnais gets on the head pin. Wood's rolling. Wait for second. It's going to go in front. Good second ball. 9 down, 1 to go. Nine brings Justin up to 39.
Clean it up. Let's go! Your ass out there. What the fuck is wrong with you? Let's go!
Lyonnais gets on the 3 pin, and it's a 4 pin wobbling. Uh-oh. That's gotten off of the line, and now Justin's got an issue here. 1, 2, and 4. Two and 4 gone, and 1 pin is all that remains. Miranda, that's a technical thing that Lyonnais gets a 9 here. We'll put that in, 48.5. Bob Lee is trying to rig that right now because we would love to get a camera on the leader because, of course, we've had this anchored setup here on lane 20. But if we can get it to go or maybe stream on a different platform, we'd love to do that so that we could see the conclusion of the top of the leaderboard play out as well. As of yet, I haven't been able to make that work. And if I could get it to work tonight, that'd be great. Otherwise, I don't think this Easter Classic is going much of anywhere, especially considering how great it is to see everyone here. Got the Canadian influx into the tournament now that the border's open. But if we can get it to work tonight, we will let you know. 9 box for D'Amico, and he's got 51 for 6. D'Amico takes out the 6, 9, 10. Third ball coming up. D'Amico gets into the 2-5 and cleans out 4 more pins. For a total of 58. Mark's tougher to come by as we go down the stretch. MacDonald's got the head pin and a strike. D'Amico. Got D'Amico with a great mixing ball. 68 and 2 balls in the 8th box. I'm looking around for the setting share, and to be honest, I'm not seeing a way, at least for a live stream, to somehow patch in a second stream. Regrettably, that may be my ignorance, but I just haven't found a way as of yet. Maybe Bob will know. He's on the move looking for score updates, and I hope to hear back from him soon. Strike field for D'Amico. Half Worcester to start, still filling. Got on the head pin, 4-5. And a good out, grabbing the extra stick. 8 on the strike. And 9 in the box. To bring D'Amico up to 85 for 9. D'Amico going to get the head pin. Is he going to get a mixing strike? That 4-pin is dying to drop. Yes, pieces of wood. Will playing the intersection work? Yes, it will. Spare in the 10th. Spareville adds 2 more for a 97 string.
Right.
Hello, Bob.
Chris Merrill threw a 103 over on lane 4 on the far side. And Dave Godwin had temporarily moved into second place. He's trailing by about 47. He's at 102 through 9. And he's bowling over there on over in the 30s.
All righty. Merrill threw a 107 in the 18th, we now know. Godwin currently a distance back, but possibly with a chance to close the gap. Meanwhile, here's Shaun MacDonald on the head pin. Got some tumbling wood. Does the 4 go as well for the same price? Not so much. That wood is going to get out of the way into the channel, so MacDonald should have a clear shot at this. And he does, it works. Spare and 6 for Shaun MacDonald. The spare fill for MacDonald. Got the head pin. And the 5-9. Is the leave. There's the 8 drop on the scoreboard. 62 for 6. And the 6 pin just a smidge too full. There's the 10. Bringing MacDonald up to 72. MacDonald gets back on the head pin. Didn't get the carry he was after. Has a cluster of 5 on the right side on the 7 pin.
Chris Merrill only had
104, right?
10 something.
MacDonald spares in the 8th. 82 and a ball for 8. Still got a lot of margin, though. We'll see how that plays out down the road.
Yeah.
The spare fill. This one lands on the head pin. Mixing around for MacDonald, and he's got an 8 drop. For 8, he needs this 3-5 to go for another spare. He's got a ramp of wood right there. Oh, it deflected it away. Surprise, surprise. I thought he had that. Looked like he played it in the correct spot and everything. Nine box brings MacDonald up to 99. MacDonald finds the head pin too full, and he's going to have to work for every last pin in this third to last string here at the Easter Classic. Jerry picks the 3 pin now. 2, 4, 6, 10 is the resulting shape, so the 2 pin could slice to the right. It's a deviously difficult out to be sure. The 2 on the left is a safer bet, and that's what MacDonald. No, he's gonna get more. He's gonna get that 9th pin. 108 for Shaun MacDonald. and Lyonnais at a 48 in the first half. Lyonnais leading the 1, 2, 4, and 8. Lyonnais scoots by on the head pin. Third ball coming up with a gettable out. Lyonnais gets the 4 and the 8, and it's an 8 box. 56 for 6. Justin Scally was also coming by with score updates as well, so between him and Bob Lee, it's all hands on deck, while they also try and focus on their bowling. That's a big 9 drop for Lyonnais. That wood's going to get out of the way. No, it's going to prop annoyingly in the gutter. No problem for Justin. He's got a spare. 66 plus. That's a sweet spare by Kevin Burns on lane 21, a 2-7 and 8 conversion. Lyonnais filling his spare with 6. Against the ubiquitous Horseman, 6-10 is gone, 1-3 stays. Eight it is. That brings Lyonnais up to 80 for 8. After this, I will be scurrying over to the results board to see what I can find about the results for myself. At last check, the gap was widening between Merrill and the field, but with that 104 he just rolled, maybe not so much. Lyonnais got the head pin. 3-6-10. Plays the wood, it sweeps perfectly. Lyonnais a chance to entrench himself more firmly in the triple-digit space. 90 and a ball for 9. Lyonnais fires away. 1, 3, 8, 9, and 10. That's a 5 drop on the spare and 95 for 9. Got on the 3-pin. It did cartwheel around, and the head pin is all that stays. Good second ball. And Justin concludes this string with a 9-box 104. All right, while everyone else finished up their strings, we're going to take another audio timeout. Penultimate string, second to last string coming on up from Leda Lanes in Nashua. We'll be right back in just a moment. Hey again, I got an update. It's Greg Gouillart here with an update through 17 strings. I have Chris Merrill ahead of John Winchell in second place. John is 50 pins back. Joey Lister is 59 back. And then we have Dave Godwin, who is 61 back, and Dave Barber, 62 back. Following that is 93 back from Shaun Baker, and down from there to Adam Melanson, Chris Boisvert, Matt Harnett, and Evan Riva. As we heard, Merrill rolled a 104 on the 18th string, but it looks as though there's a lot of cushion still to make up for any gains that his competitors might make, at least for now. But still, 2 strings to come after this. See you for string 19 in just a moment. Hey, for those of you who are members of the Candlepin chat group, Bob Lee has indeed gotten his remote camera going, and we have a number of people tuning in to see how that result pans out. He is following around, I believe, Chris Merrill and perhaps other leaders. And you will want to check that out, again, if you're a member of the Candlepin Chat Facebook group. Or you can search that up on Facebook, hopefully. That's where you'll find the live stream. Once again, sorry to click on and tease you again with more audio, but we will be right back after this. The bowling is underway in string number 19. As you can see plainly here, lane 20 has nobody on it, so we are... That gives me the chance to do some research and try and look around and see if I can notice some scores for you. So, what I'm going to do is... I'm trying to think here. I'm going to go around, certainly, and see if I can keep tabs on the top players and see how their strings are going, and report back to you with any updates. In the meantime, Bob Lee will also be doing his bonus coverage right now, trying to follow along with the camera while he simultaneously tries to bowl. And what I'll do here is I'll put the mic on mute, but as I come back with updates, I will click back on, and I'll share any updates I can provide for you. Be right back. Well, I'm looking over at Chris Merrill, which Bob Lee has a camera behind now and is covering and commentating for as well on the Candlepin Chat Facebook group. But I've just looked over, he's got 3 spares, including a tremendous 3-in-1 conversion he just made. So really, it seems as though the only question mark right now is, did that 104 on the 18th actually affect anything? If not, then I think Chris Merrill, I hesitate to say too soon, maybe far enough ahead of everyone else.
Well, so he's leading by 20. You guys leading by 27 over Winchell, correct? And he just threw a 61 plus a ball, a 3 spare first half in the 19th over there behind us. I'm bowling now. Let's go.
So Merrill's lead shrunk by 27 now, but he now had rolled 61 and a ball in the first half. That's the updates right now. I'm going to go on the move again to see if I can find anything else. See if we can find some results from the 18th string printed out or elsewhere, and I will share with you anything else we have. All right, I have the rundown of the top 10 right now. Currently in the lead is Chris Merrill still. He threw a 103 in the 18th string. He has 2,258 pins for an average of 125. 27 back of him is John Winchell. Number 3 is Dave Barber, and number 4 is Dave Godwin. The margins are 27, 47, and 55 respectively for second, third, and fourth. Jonathan Boudreau, having just rolled a 162 in the 18th string, has catapulted himself up into 5th place. He's now 56 back of the lead, so if he does that again, who knows? Rounding out the field, we have Joey Lister, who's now 60 back, but still hanging around. Evan Rivas, 69 back. He's in 7th place. Adam Melanson, 73 back. Shaun Baker in 9th place, who is 76 back. And Matt Harnett, who is 87 back. Shaun Baker, I neglected to mention, I think earlier in the broadcast, also a 2-time champion of this, so we're seeing some familiar names and some new hopefuls towards the top. Be right back with any further updates I can obtain. Folks, at this point, we're going to direct the traffic over to Candlepin Chat, the group Candlepin Chat, where we're taking our remote cam out and about and trying to track down the leaders wherever they may be. Bob's helping with that, and I might have a chance to commentate it as well while he's bowling. Either way, we are going to end this stream and direct you over there for the remaining 2 strings of Ray's Easter Classic. In the meantime, this is Greg Gouillart thank you so much to everyone who tuned in on this great Easter Sunday, almost Monday, and until next time for Bowling Nerd Network and Spread Eagle Productions, bye-bye.